Check, check. Yeah, I went ahead and bought a cable today because I knew we'd be here all day. I'm like, I'm not going to be replacing batteries. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check, 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 check. Hello, mic check.
Go ahead and sit right here, and I was telling Mr. Golden, we'll first have him just kind of introduce himself, tell us a little bit just his own history and what brings them here to Abilene, and then from there just let you guys go for the questions.
Good morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
Doing well, how are you?
Can you say your name and spell it for me, please?
Yes, my name is James Golden. James, James, Golden, Golden.
Okay, thank you so much. And what is your current position?
I'm a patrol captain with the Greensboro Police Department in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So, I guess a little bit about myself. Professional background, I'm, again, patrol captain with the Greensboro Police Department in Greensboro, North Carolina. We are the third largest agency in the state of North Carolina, employing 650 sworn officers and approximately 130 so professional staff, so a department of right around 780 employees. My patrol division is, we serve approximately 92,000 citizens in the city of Greensboro. I'm authorized for around 110 sworn officers. Currently have a staffing shortage though, so I've only got about 86 currently. I have about 20 so vacancies in my division. But I started back in 1996, February of 96. I went through our academy, got assigned to patrol, worked in patrol for several years, up until 2000 when I became a field training officer. Did that for about 5 years, from 2000 to 2004. 2005, I was promoted to corporal, stayed in patrol, then kind of transitioned from being a field training officer to managing our field training program. I did that for 6 or 7 years till about 2011 when I was promoted to sergeant. As a sergeant, also became an instructor for the field training program. So myself and another officer were the only two for the department. We taught the class that certified field training officers. I taught that for roughly 10 years, so we certified over 200 field training officers and supervisors in the department. Moved from patrol in 2013 to our Internal Affairs Division of Professional Standards, where I conducted administrative investigations and responses to uses of force, vehicle pursuits, citizen complaints against officers, those kind of things. During that time, I also was assigned to a committee with 2 captains and an assistant chief to kind of revise our field training program. So we did that when we had the revisions in place and our chief signed off on them. I was actually promoted to lieutenant and moved to the training division to implement all those revisions to the program. So I went there from 2016 till 2018, about a year and a half later. In 2018, I transferred out to what we call Watch Command. That's basically an executive position, but you're basically in charge of all operational activities for the city. You're kind of like any major incidents that happen, nights and weekends, you're the one that gets called. So you're basically in charge of everything. Did that for about a year and a half, transferred to Patrol District 1 as a lieutenant. Stayed there for a year, then was transferred over to our Operational Support Division, which is over our school resource officers, our public housing officers. At the time, we were creating a behavioral health response team. So I was tasked with basically putting that team together and getting it up and running. So I selected all the team members on the officer side. We operate that under a co-response model, similar to San Antonio. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but San Antonio was kind of on the forefront of behavioral health teams several years ago. I don't know if any of you have ever seen, there was an HBO documentary actually called Joe and Ed, Crisis Cops. But those guys were on the forefront of it. I selected the officers for the team. I worked on the non-sworn side because the officers are partnered with counselors, mental health counselors. So I participated in all the interview and selection process for those as well. Then we actually brought Joe Smarrow from San Antonio to do the training for us. So we got the team trained up, created a schedule, got the team up and running. About 10 months later, I was promoted to captain, moved back over to Patrol District 1, and that's where I'm at.
You grew up in North Carolina?
I did. Actually, I grew up about 20 miles east of Greensboro in Burlington, North Carolina. This is the furthest I've ever ventured away from home. So I lived in Greensboro shortly for about 3 or 4 years. Prior to getting hired with the Greensboro Police Department, I actually met my wife at Abilene University. That's where she went to school, and she was a communications major. So when she graduated, she had done an internship at one of our local TV stations. It was in High Point, and we were in Burlington, so we're about an hour away from that. So we actually moved to Greensboro to be closer to where she was working. And at that time, I didn't have a college degree, so I was kind of working my way through school. I got into our state. Our state does the training for law enforcement certification through community colleges. So I got into a certification program, got through that. Toward the end of it, Greensboro came and recruited. Put in an application, and myself and actually one of my classmates were the last 2 hired for our academy class in Greensboro, and we're still here to this day. So yes, Greensboro and Burlington area all my life.
I'm actually been reached myself. I'm Scott. I'm the chief photographer for the local ABC affiliate here.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
So Abilene, Burgersville, you've been with. Have you had a chance to look around and see the city and your thoughts on it?
I have. We actually came in yesterday. We got in about 10 o'clock yesterday morning, and we pretty much drove around all day looking at different housing areas, just looking at the city. I've kind of said this through the process and the research that I've done. Abilene is actually very similar to Burlington. Burlington is about half the population, so we've got about 60,000 people. But we were started as a railroad repair stop in North Carolina because we're kind of halfway between the west and the east. We're in what we call the Triad area, so we're about halfway. So Burlington started as what they call company shops. From there, we grew into textile manufacturing, but it's pretty much a mid-working class town. It's not a lot of frills. You know, I noticed yesterday a lot of places are closed on Sunday, just like it is at home. But that's the way I like it. So there's a lot of similarities between there and where I grew up.
And so what got you into this career field?
My dad. My dad was a 23-year Navy veteran. Are you Diana? I'm sorry. You're Diana? Okay. Yeah, I remember she asked me this question too. But my dad was a 23-year Navy veteran, and I was always very proud of that the way he served. But I'll be honest, though, he always said, don't go into the military. He did tell me that. He said, you know, I don't think he liked being away from home so much, and I knew that wouldn't appeal to me. But I did have a call to serve. I wanted to do something to be helpful and to serve the community, and something particularly that I thought he would be proud of. So I got interested in law enforcement, pursued it, and I don't regret a bit of it. This is the greatest job in the world.
And so what brought you to Abilene, I guess, to want to apply?
I'm completely honest. Curiosity is just what turned me on to it initially. So I saw the posting, and I said, Abilene. I'd never really considered Texas, to be honest with you. So I said, just out of curiosity, let me look at Abilene and see what's there. And I started beginning to research. Again, population is kind of in between where I live and where I work, but I saw the similarities, you know, just cost of living, weather, you know, things like that. And I started digging a little bit more. I said, okay, well, you know, let me look at the department. Well, the department is actually very comparable to my division. I looked at crime rates. I will say this, you guys seem to have a handle on crime rates. And when you look at the country and make comparisons, you seem to have a pretty good handle on that here. So I'll give you an example. Violent crime. 7 homicides here last year, total. In my district alone in Greensboro, I had 7 last year. I have 9 this year. But overall, you know, we're sitting at about 70 total for Greensboro. So, and again, population-wise, 127 or so thousand people here. District 1 in Greensboro, 92,000. So I started seeing all these similarities, and I said, okay, well, what about the culture there? And I discovered this, you know, the small town feel. People rave about the people, how friendly they are, and I found that to be true so far. You know, we spoke to folks that used to live here. We spoke to folks that have traveled through. I actually spoke to a gentleman. I don't know if you guys are familiar. I think you may have heard a story recently about Force Metrics. It's a data search engine for law enforcement. But Abilene was like one of, if not the first city that company worked with. They're working with Greensboro now. So we're really kind of, it seems to be ahead of the game down here on technology and the data-driven aspect of law enforcement, and that's where we need to be. You know, as your city grows, if you want to stay ahead and keep crime down, you've got to be on the forefront, and that's what it seems to be. So it started to become very appealing. So I went home, talked to the wife. I said, what do you think about Abilene, Texas? And she said, go for it. So here we are.
Do you have any kids that would be moving with you?
I have one that will definitely be moving, but you've got to understand, my kids are grown. I have 2 sons. My youngest is 22. He's actually currently in one of our community colleges doing a college transfer program. He has an associate's in a computer electronics background, but he wants to get a business degree as well. So prior to this, his plan was to, he'll finish in the summer, in May of next year. He'll finish the transfer, and he had been accepted to UNC Wilmington, but he's already told us, I can go to school in Texas, I can go anywhere. So he's very committed that he's coming. My older son is 26, and he's a Burlington firefighter. So he's been with them for 6 years. He's actually here with us because he's checking it out. He wants to see how it is. You know, he's the more adventurous one, I'll tell you that. He likes, you know, the kind of a little more excitement, more nightlife, very opposite of me. So he's on the fence, but I know him, and I tell my wife all the time, I say, you know, you would never be able to complain that boy doesn't call his mama because he talks to her at least on the phone every day. So it wouldn't surprise me that he follows us soon after. So.
Is there anything you're scared of moving away from home after being there for so long? Anything you're just kind of maybe worried about or anything like that?
Just the logistical challenges of it. You know, I mean, it's a big move. It's across the country basically for us. So just the logistics of getting everything worked out, getting settled in. But actually, that was one of the other things that was appealing to me about Abilene. You know, if I do something like this, I want there to be some similarities to where I'm from, because I think having somewhat of a familiar feeling, that resemblance to home, will help in that aspect. So, but yeah, I think the logistical things are always, you know, kind of scary and daunting. But you know, the thing is, I'm nearing the end of my career in Greensboro. You know, again, I've been there 28 years. Our state retirement there is designed that it's not financially sustainable to continue on after. You actually start to lose money if you stay past 30 years. So I'm going to have to go somewhere. So, but I feel like I still have a lot left to offer, and Abilene seems to, you know, to me, that I believe I can be beneficial here. I have a lot to offer here, and from everything I've seen so far, I really feel like I fit what they're looking for.
And with all the experience that you have, I'm sure you've learned from, you know, maybe some mistakes that you might have made. What type of leader do you plan to be here? If you were to...
I'm very collaborative, at least as much extent as I can be. I mean, we all recognize in law enforcement, sometimes you have to make kind of instant decisions, more autocratic style. But I'm a very collaborative leader. I kind of describe myself, and I've been described by past supervisors as a servant leader. You know, I do believe in giving employees a voice and some ownership. I'll give you a couple examples. I have an officer in my district that recently started a mentoring program. You know, she's actually, the rank structure in our department starts at what we call P1, Police Officer 1, then goes 2, and then goes into your supervisory ranks. But she's a Police Officer 1. But she came to me and put out a proposal for a mentoring program for middle school girls. And I took the proposal and I ran it up, you know, the chain, got approval for her for that. And basically, I give her time every week to go and administer this program. But I believe that doing things like that, and don't take that wrong, I'm not, it's all her work. The full credit goes to her. But I think giving your folks time to do things like that and empowering them to take some ownership is the best way to move the department forward. So I'm very open to listening to ideas of personnel, sending it forward. I tell folks I never go into any room thinking I'm the smartest guy in there, even if I'm the only one in there. So I will say, you know, if you want somebody that's super creative, it's really not me. But I am good at recognizing talent. I'm good at using resources and working with the team to get where we need to be. So I'm also big on positive reinforcement. I don't really tell a lot of folks this, but in my division, I make it a point that my supervisors send me emails or notifications when our officers do exceptional work. Because I, at the very least, will send each of those officers an email saying, hey, I heard about this. It's great work. Thank you, you know, to show them that it's recognized. In the 2 years that I've been there, every officer in our division who's experienced like a major life event, a birth in the family, a death in the family, things like that, I make it a point to reach out to them either in person or at least by phone to recognize that as well. So I want to establish that relationship with folks, that trust. And I think if folks, if they know you that way, they're more accepting, they're more willing to follow you when you do need to make those automatic decisions, if that makes sense. So that's kind of how I lead.
What's your philosophy on policing?
My philosophy on policing is that it needs to be balanced, fair, and empathetic. It's actually funny that, you know, there was a question coming along here about my thoughts on policing in this area compared to Greensboro. And I said in there, I said, you know, in my opinion, policing shouldn't be any different anywhere in this country. It should always be balanced and fair. I do believe in what we call procedural justice. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but procedural justice is basically giving folks a voice when you have to interact with them. For example, I stop you for a traffic violation. You know, I'm not going to just go up there and say you're speeding. I'm not just going to go up there and automatically write you a ticket. I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell me why you're speeding, you know, and I'm going to explain to you why I take whatever action I take. Because what I've learned in my career is that people have a need to understand or know the why of what we do, and any opportunity you have to explain the why, it actually will increase your odds of them not only understanding it, but complying with whatever you need them to do. So that was one thing I tried to pass on to all the trainees I've had throughout the years as well, was, you know, don't just walk up and tell somebody, hey, put your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. Explain to them why you're arresting them. Explain why you're taking that action. It's just much more beneficial, less uses of force, people understand, you know. I've had people thank me for arresting them because I took the time to explain why. So, but that's what I think policing should be. I think there should be a balance between the enforcement side and the community engagement side. I know there's some community engagement efforts here. I think there's always room to improve on both of those aspects, the enforcement and the community engagement side. But I do think there needs to be a balance between that as well.
What are your thoughts on us as the media and keeping an open line of communication?
I think that most departments don't actually use their relationship with the media as best they could. Unfortunately, I think a lot of times it kind of becomes adversarial in nature, and it really shouldn't be that way. Again, you guys have a job to do. You know, you need to get information out to the public. I recognize and understand that, and I would hope to have a relationship here that we could work together. Again, community engagement's a big part. Media can play a big hand in that as well. So I would love to have great working relationships with the media. I don't want to be adversarial with anybody. So.
Kind of a hot button issue recently in some departments. What are your thoughts on releasing dash cam video and officer worn body camera video?
I've actually been a proponent of that for several years. In North Carolina, unfortunately, we can't, and I'll be the first to tell you I don't necessarily agree with that. There are certain conditions where you can go through the court to get video released in North Carolina. If you're in the video or somehow connected to what's going on with it, it doesn't have to be that complex. You can put in requests there to see it, but for public release, that's a bit more difficult. This may not be a popular opinion, but I'll put it out there for you. You know, I've always been a proponent of releasing video, good, bad, or indifferent, because I think the good not only helps the agency, it highlights what officers are across this country overwhelmingly doing every day, that, you know, they are overwhelmingly making the right decisions and doing the right thing, and I don't think we highlight that enough. The bad also basically promotes accountability. You know, if we mess up, we need to own it, and we need to hold everybody in the agency from the chief all the way down accountable. So I think getting out in front of that when or if it happens is a good practice, you know. And so I've always been a proponent of releasing video. Now I'll be the first to say I don't know exactly what the laws are here for that yet. I hadn't got quite that far, but I am a proponent of that.
Do you have any ambitions if you were to get the position?
I do. That's the other thing that appealed to me as well. There's a lot of things that appeal to me about this position, because I feel confident that what you're looking for here and what's needed is somebody who's going to be stable, who's going to put in the commitment to this agency and this city. And I think, you know, 28 years with one agency, I think that demonstrates that pretty well. But my goal is to find an agency where I can stay. I'll be 52 in March, so feel free not to use that part. But I'll be 52 in March, so I've got another 10 years or so, you know, before I can fully retire. Again, I believe I have a lot to offer. So my goal is to find an agency where I can stay that long. And, you know, I don't really consider myself you know, in the profession we kind of talk about change agents, and what I refer to as agency hoppers, you know, folks that will go from one agency to another, stay for a few years and just move on. And they typically go to departments that are like drastically in need of a change or repair. I don't see that in Abilene. I don't see a broken department. I see a department that's doing well and wants somebody committed to it. So I would love to have the opportunity to come in and take what they're already doing well and make it even better and help them make it better. Because again, if you're not using all the resources in the department, you're not going to be successful. So that's my goal. I want to stay somewhere long term, and hopefully from this job or wherever I end up, about 10 years or so from now, I'll fully retire and start enjoying a good life.
You mentioned earlier, I'm familiar with KC, we're local in here, station matter, and so kind of earlier in the beginning, you mentioned something about like mental health and partnering with counselors. Can you tell me a little bit more about that program and how that works?
Sure. So we have what we call the Behavioral Health Response Team. Again, it's based on a model that started in San Antonio. It's called a co-response model, and what that is it pairs a law enforcement officer with a mental health counselor, clinician, that responds out to mental health crisis calls. So Abilene has a similar, I think we have 2 teams if I'm not mistaken. So it's 1 officer and 1 counselor, and then another team, 1 officer and 1 counselor. What we did in Greensboro is we actually chose 6 officers and 6 counselors, and so we have but we're much bigger, of course, so we have a bigger team. But the purpose behind it is, you know, mental health calls are so prevalent now throughout the country that, you know, we recognize the need to have some assistance there outside of enforcing the law, because a person in a mental health crisis, yes, they may commit a crime, but are they really in the right capacity to have done that maliciously or with intent? In most cases, that's not true. So there needs to be some intervention or some means of assisting those folks outside of law enforcement. So that's kind of how the model originated. We started up in Greensboro again. You know, ours, we took statistics from like the previous 3 years to see, you know, when our heaviest call loads were for those types of calls. So we created a schedule around that. They've been operating now for 2 years. And I think to date, they've responded to, the first year we responded to between 2,000 and 3,000 calls for service. I'm sure at least that many this past year, so probably looking at about 6,000 or so calls for service that our folks responded to.
Yeah, it's great to hear like shift those over there. How do you approach mental health amongst your police officers and yourself?
Well, I'm a pretty simple guy. You know, I talk to the wife a lot. I try to go home and put work behind me. Fortunately, you know, for my district, I don't get a ton of what I call after hours phone calls, things like that. So that's nice. But recreation is a big part of mine. You know, we are avid pickleballers. I will say, pickleball needs to be increased here a little bit. Good. So yeah, no, it's that, just spending time with my family. But you know, in Greensboro, we actually have officer wellness, employee wellness programs. We offer mental health evaluations and therapy at least a couple times a year for employees at no cost. So I do think that's a big aspect, a big benefit to our employees. It's something that if it's not here, that I would definitely be interested in looking at, because it's a crucial part of it. You know, I'll tell you this, I had an officer recently who was involved in an officer-involved shooting. And just from past experience, you know, I used to do those types of investigations. And I know that when an officer is on like administrative duty for that, it's very isolating. So just having that contact is important. So during that time when he was on administrative duty, I made it a point just to reach out to him at least every week or so to say, hey, how you doing? You know, hang in there, because those investigations in North Carolina, they take a pretty good while. So it gets very stressful, that wait and that isolation. So, yeah, it's important to me. I think, you know, having a good program that offers some services for officers is crucial. Mhm.
I think that's about it.
Would there be anything else you would like to say?
I just say, you know, and again, I feel like as I've gone through this process, I think I commented to somebody earlier in the process that it almost seems like I kind of found a hidden gem here, you know, with all the similarities between Abilene and where I live and where I work, and the values that this department and this city strives to live up to. You know, the respect. I feel like you earn respect by giving respect. So I think my integrity is high. You know, doing the right thing for the right reasons, even when nobody's looking. You know, I feel like my career is an example of that. Selfless service. You know, that's actually one of our values in Greensboro as well. And excellence. You know, just trying to make things better. You know, again, I don't want to give the wrong impression when I say that, you know, I don't think there's anything in Abilene that needs to be fixed, because I don't want folks to think, well, I'm just a status quo guy. I don't fully go by the mantra, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it, because I think if you do that, you leave out the opportunity to make things better. So you always have to be open. I think there's room for improvement in every aspect, everywhere. So, you know, the opportunity to come here and take what seems to be a very professional department to even bigger heights, I'm excited for that. And, you know, I would love the opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. I do appreciate it. Really do.
Thank you for yours. We appreciate yours.
Thanks, folks. Have a good day.
Thank you too, sir.
Good job, sir.
Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see you later. Absolutely.
think we got a hard decision to make. So you haven't interviewed Daniel yet?
Okay. So I have a little bit more questions with that one.
That's fine. That's why we're here.
I still want to at least know the complete plan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Glad you're here.
We'll go ahead and get settled in. This is Mr. Albert Garcia. He's here from Panhandle. So we'll let you, as we get settled in here, we'll just let you go ahead and just kind of give a little background information on yourself and then just open it up to questions.
Sure. How's everyone doing today?
Good.
Good.
Before we get started, I just have one of your glasses on.
Let me take those down. I can see you fine like this, so I just have to. If you get too far away, I can't see you. Yeah. So first of all, let me just introduce myself. My name is Albert Garcia. I'm currently the Chief of Police for the Levelland Police Department, where I've been since 2017, June of 2017. Before that, I was Chief of Police in Littlefield for a couple of years, from 15 to 17. And before that, I was the Chief of Police for the city of Abilene. So all of these cities were smaller agencies. City of Abilene was about a 5-man operation, Littlefield 13, and now I have 41 under my command there in Levelland. So I've slowly been progressing and moving my career forward in that aspect. And so what else can I tell you about myself? Let me tell you a little bit about my education. I have a master's degree in public administration from Wayland Baptist University. I also have a bachelor's degree from Wayland Baptist. It's a bachelor's of science in occupational education, criminal justice. And then I started my career in Levelland at South Plains College, where I also received my associate's degree for law enforcement. And that's where I started my career. Back in '92. That kind of dates myself a little bit there, but it's been an awesome career so far. So currently I also serve as the president for the Texas Police Chiefs Association, which is the largest association in the state of Texas for chiefs of police. We have about 1,800 members, about 8 to 900 are chiefs of police across the state, and then we have several affiliate type organizations that are part of the association as well. I also was instrumental in beginning a South Plains Police Chiefs Association, which is a regional association there in the West Texas area for the Region 3, which is basically 23 counties in the Lubbock area, and was a co-founder for that. So I'm pretty proud of those kind of accomplishments so far, because it really has been able to network a lot of police chiefs across the state. I've been able to actually visit with and learn and get mentored by a lot of great chiefs across the state. And so, with that said, I guess that tells you quite a bit about myself. Didn't mention my family. That's probably my most important aspect, right? And so I'm married to my wife, Michelle. We've been married 28 years, almost 29 now. And we have 3 awesome kids and 5 now, grandchildren. And so whoever said that grandchildren were the best were correct, because grandchildren are the best. But yeah, we're having a good time with that so far. So, okay, now with that said, I guess I am open to your questions at this particular time.
What got you into the career field?
I think I always knew that I wanted to be a police officer. And, growing up in West Texas, I grew up in a really small town. The name of the town where I grew up is Meadow. It's about 30 miles kind of southwest of Lubbock. Very small community, a farming community. We were raised at that particular time with a lot of West Texas values. We love our families, we love God, we love our country, and those are the kind of things that I grew up with. Those are the values that I grew up with, and I always wanted to be one of those servants that could give back to my community. And so because of that, I knew that I wanted to do something that was public safety related. Being a police officer was that field for me. I can also tell you that it took me a little bit to get into the field, just because of the amount of respect and care that I have for my parents. My parents did not want me to go into law enforcement. They were scared to death for me to go into the police field, but it took about a year to finally convince them, after graduating from high school. God bless you. After graduating from high school, that and seeing me with grease and oil all over my hands from working at different jobs and that kind of stuff, that they finally said, you're going to work yourself to death if you don't do what you want to do. And so they gave me their blessing, and that was all it took. I went back to college and got my degree, my associate's degree, as quickly as possible, and tested for took my TCO state exam, and became a police officer soon thereafter, and I've been doing it ever since. So yeah, it's been a wonderful career so far.
What's the most rewarding part of your career thus far?
Most rewarding. That's a good question, because there have been several different aspects that have been rewarding to me. When I think about the aspects of how I've been able to mentor or foster relationships with police officers, or those people that have worked for me and with me, and see them continue to grow in the field and be successful in this field, that has been those proud dad moments where, as a matter of fact, here recently, this past Friday, I had 2 officers that decided that they wanted to try for DPS, and both of them got accepted to the same academy, and both graduated this past Friday. And so I was there to let them know how proud I was of them graduating the academy and being able to be successful and do things that's great for them and their family. And so that's always rewarding. When it comes to the general public, though, throughout my entire career, every time I've had an opportunity to maybe mentor those that are in dire straits, maybe help those that have had issues with their families, or maybe drugs and narcotics, or and let them know that they don't have to go down that path, and to have them come back years later and see that they are successful later, and that when they come back and thank you for just being that word of encouragement, boy, there's nothing better than that. And I think that every police officer that's ever been in this field for a long period of time, when they get those kind of that-a-boys and that response back from somebody in the general public that you've been able to help, that's the ultimate compliment. That's the great stuff.
And why did you choose to come to Abilene? You grew up in West Texas and kind of staying around the same area, so why Abilene?
Well, I've done some research on Abilene, and I think that, as I mentioned earlier, my career has been a progression. I've been trying to achieve bigger agencies for some time now. Abilene would be that next step, and from everything that I've read, from talking to different people throughout the region, those kind of things like that, Abilene still has a lot of that West Texas feel. They believe in a lot of the same kind of values that I do. That they love and they love their families. They love God. They love their country. They love their community. And I want to be part of that. And so, Abilene has I was just mentioning this earlier. Abilene has never had a negative stigma from what I can remember. I mean, I've never heard anything negative about the city of Abilene or the Abilene Police Department. Everything that you always hear about Abilene is how great Abilene is. The staff, the people that work here, the people that live here, and I just want to be part of that. I want to continue to grow, and I want to be part of a community that has the same type of cultural values that I do, and I think Abilene is that fit.
And if given the position, what do you think you could add on to the city?
I'm not sure that I could add much other than continue doing exactly or a lot of the same things that Abilene is already doing. I came in a little bit early and went out and visited with just different community members just to ask them, so what do you think about Abilene Police Department? What do you like about the city of Abilene? And everyone was pretty much the same. Their comments were exactly the same. We love our police department. They're doing a great job, as far as I can tell. They're doing a great job. They get in our community. They do different community policing type events. And for me, those are key things for a police department. Those are key things to continue to grow within the police department. If you have a strong communication and strong network with your community members, then you have a great police department that can fulfill and do the duties that need to be done for their community as well. And so I would like to foster that and continue building on that. I'd like to also just reinvigorate that excitement with the police department, with the officers, with the staff members that work for Abilene PD, and have them remember the why. Why did y'all go into this field? And why are we continuing to do this job? There's a reason why we did this and why we selected to do this job. Sometimes we just have to recognize that to, again, light that fire a little bit and be able to get that going again. So, and the only reason I really say that is because I've also heard and read different comments that maybe there was a little bit of issues that had occurred after the last administration, but again, I think that Abilene PD is full of great police officers. They got great staff members, and I think they just need somebody that help be their biggest cheerleader and let them know that we can do this, and our community is going to love us for it even that much more when we get that fire back underneath us.
What's your philosophy on policing?
My philosophy on policing? Policing's changed quite a bit since I've been in the field. In the last 20 years, 30 years, I've been doing the job for about 30 years, almost 31 years now. And this is, it is a much more community oriented policing type police force now is what you need to have. And community policing is much more than just doing things like neighborhood watch or citizens police academies or those kind of things that typically people feel like are community policing efforts. while they do have their place in community policing, that's not the only thing that's involved in community policing. Community policing is actually very much about being involved with your community, with the police department being involved with your community, and the community being involved with the police department. When a police department can establish a really good relationship with their community through community policing events, then the community begins to trust their agency even that much more. They understand what they're going through. And furthermore, they will give them the information. They will provide information and make those calls for service whenever they need to. A lot of times when there is distrust with the police department, our community members won't call when they see something happening, when they won't report it. And that puts us, as far as police officers, behind the 8 ball, so to speak. They won't. It's much more difficult to solve crimes when we don't have great community members reporting certain things, or at least letting us know what they did see when they saw it. We have a little adage or a little saying in Leveland: if you see something, say something. And through our community policing events, there, it has paid off in dividends. We have. Within the last couple of years, we've been able to stop a kidnapping and sexual assault because somebody just saw something and reported it directly to the police. And our police officers were able to respond immediately to what was just, to them, a stranded motorist. And it wasn't. It was a convicted felon that had kidnapped a small 8-year-old child and was about to offend her. And our officers were able to get there and stop that before that happened. But if we would not have developed those positive relationships with our community, those kind of things don't happen. So my philosophy is really simple. We, as the police officers and police force, have to make sure that we're getting out there and letting our community know that we're here to service them and that we're part of this community, because we are. We want a safe community just as much as our community members are, our citizens, right? We want that. We have kids that we're raising here, or we have grandkids that we're raising in the same city. We want it just as safe as they do. We need their help. And the more that we have that positive working relationship with our community members and they're reporting crimes or other incidences to us, the better we are. And we can all make a difference, community members as well as police. So that's my philosophy on good, positive policing.
What are your thoughts on us, the members of the media, and keeping an open line of communication?
Honestly, I think you guys are great. I know that's different than, years and years and years ago, the old adage was, if you have to talk to the media, the comment was always no comment. Well, that's the worst thing that you can say to media personnel, as far as I'm concerned. I want to keep positive working relationships with you, the media personnel. I want to be able to have those lines of communication open with all media personnel so that we are able to tell our story first, the police department. And what better way to get that out there than through our media partners, right? So it's important for us to develop that good, positive working relationship with media personnel. And when we have certain things that occur, that we're able to call you and trust you that the facts will be reported correctly. And what better way to do that than those positive communication type networks that we develop with our community members or with our media members. We have to have that. The other aspect of the media and how y'all assist us is y'all are the first line that we can actually disseminate a multitude of information whenever something catastrophic happens. If we're able to develop and have those positive working relationship with the media personnel, and we push that out to you first, then you guys are able to further push that out to our general community and to our citizens, and by doing so, we're able to save more lives that way. So it's very important. It's vital that we have those good working relationships with our media personnel. So as a matter of fact, I don't know that Ms. Groom is. Okay, so I've interviewed, and I expressed to her that I'd really like to be able to, if I get the job, and I have her phone number now, right? I want to be able to keep that contact with her so that in the event that something happens, I want to be able to respond to her immediately, right? Here's the other key thing about media personnel. Our community members, they starve for information whenever catastrophic events or something major may occur with the police force, right? So it's important that we're able to disseminate that information as quickly as possible. What we can, put that information out there to the general public, because a lot of times the general public just wants to know. And they want to hold the police departments accountable for their actions. I know Abilene Police Department's accountable for their actions. I know that they're accredited. I know that Abilene is doing what Abilene PD should be doing. But it's okay to send that information out through media personnel so that our general public has the information as well. And they understand that while this may have been a bad incident, Abilene Police Department acted appropriately and they did exactly what needed to be done. And then questions can come later. But we disseminate that information for all that we can give them at that particular time, and then we come back later and we give them additional information when we can. So yeah, I kept Ms. Grimm's number, and I said, you know, if I get this job, I'd really like to be able to call you whenever certain things happen. So same for you guys. If I do receive this, if I'm blessed with this job, I want to be able to have all y'all's information, contact information, so myself and the PIO here with Abilene are able to contact you immediately whenever those situations occur.
Kind of along the same lines, what are your thoughts on releasing body cam video and dash cam video, and maybe any other video to the public and to the media?
I don't think there's any issues with that as long as it's appropriate at the time that it's being requested. You know, sometimes I feel like there's certain agencies may do that a little bit too quickly in the event that some type of criminal investigation may be taking place. But for the most part, I don't see any issues with disseminating any type of video when it's appropriate. And what I mean by that is if there's incidences that occur involving, say for instance, a police shooting, those kind of things, those incidents have to immediately be investigated by staff and by, you know, in our general area, the Texas Rangers come in and do a lot of that investigating for us because of the size agency that we have in conjunction with my staff. That information or those videos are later processed and disseminated out to the media when we find that the investigation warrants that release at that point, right? So we don't want to discredit any of the case. We don't want to break down the integrity of the case. If there's misconduct on the police side, then we want that action to be able to go forward within the criminal justice system, right? But by the same token, if there was misconduct on the suspect side, we want them to have that same luxury of having a fair and equitable trial across the board. So sometimes if you disseminate that information too fast, then the general public starts to develop their decision before they really need to. And so again, it's important to make sure that not a problem to send that information or those videos out. It just needs to be done at the appropriate time so that it doesn't discredit the integrity of the case.
So what are some of your ambitions if you were to get the position? If any.
So, yeah, you know, that's a good question. And it's difficult to ask because I don't know where everything exactly is with the Abilene Police Department. I think for the first part, the first probably 30 to 90 days, it's going to be, my ambition is just going to be to get out there in the general public, the police force, the other department heads across the city, and introduce myself and let them know how enthusiastic and excited I am to be part of the staff. And then from there, it's a matter of evaluating and seeing what else needs to be done with the police force. I don't suspect that there are, I've done this for a while now, right? So I know that there's different places where cities are craving change within the police department. I don't think that that's what the issue is here in Abilene. I think that it's going to be a lot of evaluation time. It's going to be a lot of opportunities to look to ensure that the Abilene Police Force is coming back together as a team, that I'm working well with all the other department heads and we're being successful, just making sure that we are working together as a team as far as department heads are concerned. And then again, it's about getting out there with the general public and letting them know who I am and again, how excited I am to be here with Abilene. So ambitions, it's a little difficult to answer that question. So.
Thank you. What are you most excited about?
What am I most excited about? I think what gives me the most excitement about this position is just becoming part of this team and becoming part of the Abilene family, the city family, and also being a member of this community. I take that very personal whenever I become part of a city and part of a community. I want our community members to understand that I want to be here to support them, and I want our staff to know that I'm here to support them as well. The excitement of seeing the growth and the overall success of any agency, that goes back to what we answered just a while ago about some of the most successful moments that I've had. Seeing that kind of success and seeing people grow, I am sure that there are young officers here with the city of Abilene that will give me that same kind of excitement to see them grow here with this agency, to see them grow spiritually and just professionally. I think that just seeing that is exciting to me. The change and I'm excited about working with the staff. I'm excited about seeing what kind of ideas they have. In every agency that I've started, that I've gone into as far as the chief of police, there has always been great ideas that staff members have had, but maybe have never had the opportunity to really put them in play. And so getting a visit with the staff members, the officers, the sergeants, all of them, and being able to develop a kind of a cultural change, for instance, within the police department, that's exciting as well. And so, because I know that they've all got great ideas of what direction the police department should be going in and what we need to do to get there. And so that's exciting.
And what's one thing that you think the city of Abilene should know about you?
I think one of the things that the city of Abilene should know about me is that, number one, they will never have to question my integrity. My integrity has always been intact. Number two, I'm very passionate about the job that I do. I'm very passionate about the police force and what we do across not just the state, but across the nation as well, as far as the policing tactics. And I hope that they will get to see that in my everyday servant leadership attitude by going out there and serving the community, but also leading the staff to do the same. That they see a chief every day in their community, and that they recognize me and they say, that's the chief for Abilene PD. And we're proud of the efforts that he's putting into the police force, and we're proud of our police force, and we support them 110%. I hope and pray that that's exactly how our community members will see me whenever I get here.
How do you believe that mental health calls should be addressed from the community in the department?
I'm sorry, how
do you think that mental health calls from the community should be addressed in
So I know that the city of Abilene was probably one of the first, if not the first, that implemented a crisis intervention team. As a matter of fact, we kind of modeled our team in Levelland behind what I believe it was Chief Standridge that put this program together. And so we kind of modeled our program there in Levelland under the same kind of context. You know, mental health calls are something that are real. It is vital that our officers understand the difference between somebody that's in crisis, whether it be under some type of mental crisis event or drug-induced type crisis. They need to recognize what the difference is, and then get them the resources that they need. What ends up happening when as I mentioned earlier, law enforcement has changed so much in the last 20 years. Before, when I was a street officer, if you responded to a calls for service that appeared that the person was in mental crisis, you found some kind of offense that they needed to be arrested for, and you took them to the jail. That was the worst thing we could have ever done. Jail is not where people that are in mental crisis need to go. They need to have the support, and we need to find them the resources that they need so that they can get better. That's what the crisis intervention team does. They do a great job in that, and in doing so, that helps to, number one, allow the officers that are actually working, that are not crisis intervention type personnel, allows them to continue answering calls for service for the rest of the community. Number two, for the crisis intervention team, and this is primary, it gets them the opportunity to get the resources where they need to be as far as the mental assistance that they need. And then the third thing that it helps to do is with the county jail, it reduces the recidivism rate of people that are going to jail that really don't need to be there, right? And so being able to respond in that facet, being able to find the resources and get them to those appropriate resources without taking them to jail and creating a jail bookend record for them is the best way to handle those kind of mental health crisis events. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some situations that sometimes people that are in mental crisis do commit crimes. We understand that. But there are still resources out there available to get them back into a mental state where they can be held accountable for those particular crimes as well. So I think it's very, very appropriate that what Abilene is doing is exactly what needs to be done, and it really needs to be something that is being done across the entire state of Texas. You know, I get an opportunity to brag a little bit about this with the city of Loveland and Hockley County. Myself and the sheriff were very big advocates with our legislators in trying to help promote mental health awareness and the fact that we needed additional resources across the state for this particular reason. And I'm glad to say that those kind of resources are the funding and the resources are being allocated through the state of Texas to help an influx of mental health professionals. And so I think it's very appropriate, and I think it's vital that we continue to do those kind of actions as far as crisis intervention teams, great training for our police officers so that they understand what they're responding to, and then, again, getting them the resources that they need.
How do you approach mental health among your officers and yourself?
So, with our police department at this particular time, and our policy, we have what we call the triad policy within our agency, and this would be something that you know, we would be able to discuss further with the Abilene Police Officer Association and with other leaders within the police department. Our triad basically says that there are three functions within the police department for a police officer that make them great police officers. Number one, they have to be physically fit, right? If they're physically fit, then they make better decisions because they're more confident in themselves. Number two, they need to be mentally fit. And in mentally fit, within our policy, we require that our officers at least go to a counseling service at least once a year. It's not so much that We know what they're talking about. It's just a way for them to go speak to somebody about whatever they need to, whether it is issues that they're having at home or whether it's issues that they're having at work. It is an opportunity for them to go to speak to somebody that doesn't have, they don't have any ties back to the police department. They're counselors that the city has already paid for, and they get free sessions to be able to go and just speak to the counselors whenever they feel like they need to speak to the counselors about whatever they need to. We require them to go at least once. And the whole time that they go, they may never give up any information. They may always say, you know what, I'm only here because the chief is making me come. But one day they may go there and actually say something that, well, I need to talk to you about some issues that my wife and I have been having. Having that mental fitness will give them the ability to be great officers, right? So that they understand that mental fitness is key. The other thing that we do, if they're involved in any type of major incident, whether it be a shooting, maybe they responded to a crash that involved the death of a small infant. Maybe they just responded to assist in a fire call that resulted in the death of family members. Those kind of situations can take a mental and emotional toll on a police officer. So we would encourage them, you need to seek out, we need to get you some assistance. I didn't think that this was going to work very well for us at first, but after we implemented it, and we had a shooting in Loveland in July of 2021 that involved an active shooter where he killed a police officer and shot one of my sergeants. And it was evident that the policy that we had put in place was vital. And in addition to that, officers were coming specifically to me to say, Chief, I'm not right. I need some help. So we got them the help that they needed. The last leg in the triad is financial. They have to be financially stable, right? And having that financial piece, that financial health portion of it, that keeps them from having to go out and obtain additional jobs. That helps them to understand the pitfalls of getting high interest rate type credit cards, those kind of things like that. Because let's face it, we have a lot of young officers that are coming into the field today that maybe don't know how to manage their finances very well. And so being able to give them that ability to have the financial health will help them to be a great officer, because then they don't have to be so tired to come to work, right? Because they're working a second job. So that's our triad, essentially, in with our police department. And again, I bring that up because it's all part of mental health as well, and mental fitness for the police departments, or for the police officers, yeah.
And is that how you approach it yourself as well? Like,
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is again, I mentioned this earlier, being a servant leader. I want to be a servant, but I also want to lead by example. And so how can I express something to the officers to say, hey, you must do this, or I want you to do that if I'm not going to do it myself. We've also implemented a physical fitness program where we test twice a year from top to bottom, including myself. And so because it's important that we have our physical fitness is intact. I don't know how many hundreds of pounds our police department, our police officers have lost. But I know that when we first implemented this, we went from a pass rate of probably 24% to just this past October, somewhere close to 74, 76% pass rate of our physical fitness test. And again, it's from top to bottom. And we've gotten so many people excited about the fact that we're doing this physical fitness program now that even our city manager, our assistant city manager, our ACOs, our dispatchers want to be part of this. And they've started the weight loss programs and started to do certain things that help them be more physically fit, right? And so it's really kind of inspiring to see what some of the staff members are doing. So, but again, they look at me and it wouldn't work, I don't believe, if I wouldn't participate in myself and saying, come on, let's go, guys, let's go try to get this mile in today, you know, those kind of things like that. So, yeah.
Was there anything else you would like to say?
No, let me just close with this. First of all, thank you guys so much for allowing me some time to visit with y'all. And I really hope that y'all got the information that you were looking for. I really look forward to working with y'all in the future, I hope. And even if it doesn't work, if this, if this position doesn't work out for me and as a whole, and I get to come to the city of Abilene, if y'all ever make it down to West Texas and need to see a friendly face or want to have a cup of coffee, feel free to call me and we'll do that as well. So again, thank y'all so much for allowing me the opportunity to come and visit with y'all. And if y'all have any other questions later, please feel free to call me.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good. I mean, there's stuff right here. All the way down on the left.
instead.
Good, good. Yeah.
So how often have you guys you're still in the bank, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Second floor?
Yep.
The chicken. So how often are you guys there? Yeah, that's what I think. I never really understood why Greg wanted us to have. We did really well during COVID. We stayed with Toledo 2 years, and I worked from home. We won the Texas AP Award for Star Reporter
Oh, wow.
one of those years. So that kind of proved to me that you can do the work remotely,
Yeah.
But I guess for some things, they want a collective base for people to work from, I guess. But, I didn't really it's got to be expensive to have that space.
I mean, it's convenient, when I need to pick up stuff, but I can just easily send those files to my house.
It wouldn't surprise me if that doesn't change in a year or so. There's really no functional reason to have a newsroom anymore.
Only time I actually need it is if I'm running from like a city council meeting to something else, maybe an hour later. I'll pop to the office,
Yeah,
put
you've
in
got
an
a
article.
place to go work from that has all your materials and machines. But yeah, I mean, we got really good and really efficient. I actually felt like I got more done in an efficient manner working from home.
I much prefer it. It's easy, it's quiet, and I'm not under fluorescent lights.
Oh yeah, I hate fluorescent lights. And my office in City Hall is fluorescent city, and there's literally no way to turn it off. And I'm like, so I'm probably gonna have to put some filters on it. But yeah, I could keep the lighting the way I liked it. I could just literally wake up and walk over to my computer and be at work. And actually, I probably worked longer hours, admittedly, during COVID by choice because computer was there. It's easy to think, oh well, I can get one more thing done. You get a little bit ahead.
Yeah, it's always about working ahead for me. I have
Pretty
3 of these guys already.
pretty soon it was 6:30, 7 o'clock, and G was telling me I needed to stop. So yeah, but I don't know. I guess we'll see what they want. Who is y'all's editor?
Claire out of Wichita Falls.
Yeah. Okay. Do they plan to have a local editor at any point?
Honestly, I don't know. I only joined in October, so I'm still kind of in that new stage of
Working
kind of
on it,
everything.
yeah.
But now it's Ron, myself, and Lainey.
Mhm.
So at least there's good coverage, I feel like, where Lainey takes school and military, I'm on crime and politics, and it feels like it's a good balance.
Yeah. When I started at the Reporter News, and here comes the good old days story. In 1995, trying to remember how many people we had. 250 people total that worked for the organization.
Yeah.
And we had, that was back in the days, of course, when we needed pay stub people and all the things, to that newspaper. But in the newsroom, we had, I think, somewhere around 24 reporters. We had an oil and gas reporter. We had a business department, business section that covered business. We had a farm reporter. We had a huge series of correspondents in the regional desk. We had 2 entertainment reporters. We had a features department. We had,
I feel like we could still probably use like 1 or 2 more.
I think that it's reasonable for a staff of, I would say 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And Ron has writing skills, so he can count that. But he had 5 people most of the day, you know, the police reporter, which is what I started out as, came in at 1:30 and left about 10:30, 11 o'clock. You know.
Not my preference.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that that would be a good thing or a good fit, but I mean, we had people that did that, and so that meant anytime something happened at night, it was, and people would often adjust their schedules, of course, to cover immediate stuff and whatnot. And we got a pretty good coverage of day-to-day events, and that started to whittle down almost immediately when we became Scripps. We were Hard Hanks, which was a privately owned, family-owned newspaper, and then we got sold to Scripps. And then Scripps became, I don't even remember what they called themselves, but I mean, we were that for a year, and then we got bought by Gannett. And Gannett was just basically like, little.
Oh, there's fine.
And every year there were layoffs, and every year it's just, I hope that the management of finally starting to realize that they have to have staff to do things. And that it became worse when they merged with, who's the company that they merged with? Yeah. No, they merged with another newspaper. I'll think of it here in a minute, but that was in recent years. And those folks are a known hedge fund, basically. And the newspaper that they've gotten a hold of has had their staff just decimated. So, gosh, why can't I remember? Maybe I'll forget. Anyway, it's like,
I'm gonna say Ross.
I'll think of it, but
say something there. Like,
but anyway,
And here, let me know where you want to put it.
my hope for you guys is that you're the beginning of the rebuilding. We need people to hold government to account. We need people to look at things. We need people also to tell the stories of what this movement is. It's a valuable thing and can't be replaced.
You gotta be
And
careful sometimes though, because sometimes the quality is just.
people will miss it.
From the SU.
And that's why I consider, you're getting to ethos a little bit. I mean, I consider what we
So,
did almost
is there somebody you ever seen this year?
metaphorically anyway, holy work, because
Thank you.
And I think they'll just get their mic checks real quick, and then after that, if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself. And
Sure, just let me know when you're ready.
Questions.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, everybody.
How are you doing today?
Fantastic. Thank you for coming in.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
You all ready? All right, cool. Well, again, good morning. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. I appreciate you taking the time on this Monday morning to come hear the candidates out, hear what we have to say, get to know us a little bit better. I think that's a great thing for the city of Abilene and for you personally to be doing, so thank you so much. My name is Daniel Carolla. I am a Texas resident. I live in the town of Hickory Creek, which is a little bit north of Dallas. So my ride here was, I would say, only 2.5 hours. Wasn't too bad. Yeah. I've lived in Texas for the last 24 years. I'm originally a Minneapolis native, and so I grew up in Minnesota. And I moved to Texas when I was 22 years old, and I really wanted to be a police officer. That's where it all started. And it's really cold up north. So if you're going to have an outside job, you might want to find a place with some better weather. And so I had a couple friends of mine who were Grand Prairie police officers, and I stayed with them during my time here. And I liked Texas so much that I actually resigned from my job, and I stayed. I had $70 in my pocket and no job, and I decided I was going to make it work here in Texas. And so that's kind of my origin story about how I ended up here. I'll tell you about myself. I've been married for 23 years to my wife, Veronica. We met here in Texas, and she's a Dallas native. She's here with me this week, so maybe you'll get to see her later tonight. She's going to come with all the social functions. I have one son. He's 20 years old. His name's Matthew, and he goes to the University of Texas at Dallas. He's a third-year engineering student, so he's very smart. He's not following Dad's footsteps into public safety. He wants to be a mechanical engineer, and so I'm very proud of him. He lives at home with us. And I have a Maltese, a 12-year-old Maltese named Lucy. She's a rescue dog. Had her for a very long time. She's great. Career-wise, I started in 1999 with the Dallas Police Department, and that was the first policing job that I had. And I worked there for, like I said, 18 years. To the day, actually, 18 years. And started in patrol, did some field training, trained recruits, worked in community relations. That was fun. From there, I promoted to sergeant, and largely when I was a patrol sergeant for a little bit of time, but then after that, I went into operations, and I led the enforcement teams for the city, like the uniformed enforcement teams, and then I spent a little bit of time as an administrative sergeant. Then I promoted to lieutenant, and from there I had jobs working as the community engagement unit commander, and that was a great job. That job taught me how to be a police chief, if we're being truthful. So what it is you take everything that's not patrol related and you use it to solve problems. And so we're talking like, civil, administrative, and criminal all put together. So I had a very large team. I had a team of 2 street enforcement units, 2 plainclothes intelligence units, 2 community policing units, 2 city attorneys, a code enforcement officer, and 2 fire inspectors. And then we also had a nuisance abatement unit. So that was a big group. So we could tackle complex community problems just by attacking it from multiple angles. And that job really, I think, really put the bug into my head that, hey, I want to pursue police leadership, because this is so much more than just answering calls, writing tickets, working reps, right? Like, you can really get invested and you can really solve complex problems and help make people's lives better. So that was a pivot point for me when I was a lieutenant at Dallas. From that point, I had an opportunity, and I spent a year in human resources, too. I don't want to discount that. I learned quite a bit. I hired every civilian for the Dallas Police Department for a year. And from that point, I went on and had a very unique opportunity to be the chief of police in the town that my son was going to school in. And so I live in Hickory Creek, but I can see Lake Dallas. Like, it's that close. I could throw a rock and hit it. So it's still my community. the lake cities where I live, if you look at Dallas as a whole, Dallas is huge. It's 1.3 million people. The Metroplex is what, 4 or 6 million people. It's massive. But I live in this tiny little spot right in the middle of the city that's like 4,000 people. And so I live in a small town within the big town. And that's fantastic. So I had an opportunity to come into the city of Lake Dallas and to be their police chief. And so that was a great opportunity. I did 4.5 years there and implemented all the change that they needed. So when I went to Lake Dallas, they were hurting. They were not a contemporary, forward-thinking police agency. And we were able to put in 173 contemporary best practices, increase the pay 36%, higher past the rate of attrition, we just improved everything. We improved the technology, we improved the community relations, and it was a really good opportunity for me to get in and figure out what works and what doesn't, and what works for me and what doesn't, and develop my leadership style, not as an emerging leader, but now as an established leader, right? It really helped form the way that I lead and the things that I value through that experience. In 2021, I had the opportunity to retire from policing. At that point, I had a little over 22 years in. And at the urging of my spouse, she wanted me to do the police retiree thing of joining the private sector. And so I did, and I had this great opportunity to work for a startup company called Carvana. I think everybody's heard of Carvana. It's an online car sales. It's a tech company that sells cars. And they did not have a safe and secure program of any kind set up. And so we got to get in at the grassroots and the ground floor and help build it, which was fantastic. And I was responsible for multiple states, so I was over a region. And then about a year into that, I had a world-class opportunity to go work for Meta Platforms Incorporated, which is of course, it's Facebook, WhatsApp, Oculus, Instagram. It's the parent company for all of them. And that was something I didn't want to turn down. I wanted to have that experience. And so I did that. And after several years, here I am, because public safety is my passion, policing is my passion, police leadership is my passion, and after a 2-year break, this is just where I want to be. The private sector was good. They treated me very well, but it's not really where my passion lies. So I want to jump back into what makes me really happy and fulfilled.
And what made you want to become a police officer at the start? What was the biggest inspiration for you?
That's such a great question. I feel like there's so many different things you can do, right? Like I was a recent college graduate, and there's just so many things you can do with that. But I had an internship, 2 internships when I was in high school. I had an internship with the Plymouth, Minnesota Police Department, which is a suburban Minneapolis agency. And so I got to get in there as like an administrative assistant and worked and it was fantastic. I loved every day of it. And I was spending time there unpaid. I liked it so much, and I liked the people. And then I also did an internship in a first grade classroom because I also thought I might want to be a teacher. And I love teachers. I have nothing but respect for them because that was so much harder than policing. I decided that out of the 2. So I've always had the heart for public service. Public service is where I wanted to be. I never really considered a long career in the private sector. It just wasn't for me. I love people. I love trying to find ways to make other people's lives better and enrich them, right? And I think in public safety, you have a unique opportunity to elevate others. And you don't necessarily get that in a world that's driven by, say, like profits or stockholders. So it's something different. It's more on the human level. And you have those human type connections.
So what was the deciding factor that wanted you to get back into this type of career field?
Yeah, I missed it. It's after a 2-year layoff. It's like a itch that you can't scratch. And I needed that time. I think, after 22 years in policing, 2 agencies, and been the chief for 4.5 years, I needed the break. I needed to see something else. It was good for me.
So do you see that being something you do in the future as well?
No, I don't think so. So I'm not a job hopper. And I know like nowadays, contemporary people, they hop jobs. I don't care for that. So I'm looking for one more. I'm 48 years old. And so I'm looking now towards like what real retirement looks like. Right? And for me, real retirement means I want to go someplace, I want to spend 10 years there, and I want to exit gracefully, and then just be done, and then go into complete obscurity as a retiree. Like, that's the goal. So I don't want to have 2, 3, 4 stops along the way. I want to be one and done. That's what attracted me to Abilene. There's an opportunity in West Texas culture for you to last a long time as a chief, and this is a very attractive option because of that.
And what attracted you to Abilene?
Oh, it's West Texas culture. I love so there's 2 things that attracted me to Abilene. So I would say the first one is I love West Texas culture. I've lived in Texas a long time. There's a particular set of values that comes with living in West Texas, right? And it's good for community policing. It's good for servant leadership. It's good for being a change agent. All these things are well received. People mean what they say. They do what they say they're going to do. It's a great culture. And it's a place where I feel comfortable around people that I'm comfortable. So for me, that's an easy move. But why Abilene? So, it's like when I was with the Dallas Police Department, one of the things that everybody at Dallas Police Department would internally maybe not have great feelings about Dallas PD until you go about 100 miles outside of town, and then you realize that they're very highly respected, and you start to get that feedback, right? Nobody really feels that valued inside their own home sometimes. And it's the same thing with Abilene. If you go outside of Abilene, this department has an outstanding reputation. I'm selective. I have one more job left in me, and I don't want to work just anywhere. And so Abilene, I started following Abilene about 2020. And I was sitting at my desk at Lake Dallas, and I had read something that was put out by a member of the department, and I liked it. It kind of resonated with me. I'll be honest, it was really smart and forward thinking. And so I started to do some more research on Abilene, and then I added Abilene to my bookmarks tab of things that I read. So I had a little list of agencies where I'm like, okay, well, these are smart people doing smart things. These are future-focused leaders, right, that are preparing their agency for whatever's next. And I added Abilene to that rotation because I liked what I was seeing coming out of this agency. And so I think the folks in Abilene may not know statewide how well their team is received. So for me, this is an absolute no-brainer to want to work for Abilene. Mm-hmm.
What's your policing philosophy?
Sure. So I've got a policing philosophy and I have a leadership philosophy. Which one are you more interested in?
Policing.
Okay, policing philosophy. So I'm a big community policing fan, but a lot of people throw that word around, right? They throw around community policing, but what does it really mean? For me, it means like we have a really big table, okay? And the people that need to have a seat at it, they deserve a seat at it. So if you want to look at policing as a whole, and you say, where do the police get their authority to police the community? Where does it come from? Right? It comes from the citizens. That's how our society is set up. There's like a social contract that says that you are not going to go out and confront these issues on your own, right? You're going to take that authority and you're going to give it to the police department, and then you're going to trust that we're going to use that authority correctly, fairly, lawful, within policy and within community standards. And I think that when we talk about the community standards, right, that's where the community policing comes in. Because you can't tackle every problem head on all the time. Your staff's not big enough and you don't have enough budget. You have to be strategic about the things that you confront, and you have to look at what you value, right? And so for community policing, you have to look at who your stakeholders are. You have community members, you have community activists, you have church groups, you have school groups, you have all these different vested interests, right? And depending on what problem you're trying to solve, they need a chair at the table because they can give you guidance and direction and tell you what those community standards are. And it's your job to figure out how what your police department is doing fits into that.
Your thoughts on mass media and the necessity to keep an open line of communication?
Yeah, it's vital. It's vital. So media plays a really important role in our society. Obviously, this is where most people get their information. And we're not just talking television media. We're talking print. We're talking social media. I mean, coming from Facebook, a lot of people get their news on Facebook. And so you have to be, I think it's almost like another social contract, right? Where we have to be open, transparent, and honest. And then the expectation is that we will have accurate and fair representation of what it is we're trying to get at. And then, of course, then you have investigative journalism, and that takes a life of its own on top of it, and that's important too, especially if you're having issues. And so I think that you can't have a closed door from the media. You need to be able to manage those relationships and make them healthy.
Your thoughts on releasing video, dash cam video, officer-worn body cam video, and other video sources throughout the town?
Yeah, the sooner the better. I think the faster you get it out, the more questions answer themselves. So I'm highly transparent. Now, there's times you can't, right? There's times that, and here's where I think sometimes we get in issues. There's times when the law says that you can't, and I trust that everybody in here knows when those times are, right? Okay. And then there's times when you just shouldn't do it because you have a sensitive internal issue that you just want to investigate as quickly yet as fairly as you can before you release the video. And so those are the areas where my ask of you as a body is to give me a degree of grace, right? I feel like we have to have a trust bank. And as we develop a relationship, I'll make deposits into the trust bank. You'll make deposits into the trust bank. But if there's something that we have a sensitive internal issue that maybe I want to handle on our end before we release it to the public, that's when we open the trust bank and we make the withdrawal. And I say, well, I hope that you understand the way that we work well enough to buy me this degree of grace and know that I will get this to you eventually, just not right at this moment.
What's the biggest obstacle, the biggest issue out there with police?
Oh, I mean, I don't know where to start because there's so many. There's two that I'm thinking of right now. And number one is going to be mental health. Not just community mental health. I'm talking mental health inside the police department. I think, I love Richard Branson, and you know why I like Richard Branson so much? Because he tells you he puts the team before the customers. And I think that's smart. Because, okay, like myself, there's 10 of you in here. So I can influence 10 people right now by my sitting at this table, right? But there's 130,000 people in Abilene. But if you have a team of 220 sworn and 70 civilian on the Abilene Police Department, and they're whole and they're centered, okay? And you've kept them emotionally secure. So they have good psychological safety. And they have, they're financially successful. And they're spiritually connected. And they're physically fit. How many people can they touch? Because now it's no longer about me. Now it's about my job is to take care of the team, okay? And now it's the team's job to touch as many people as they can within the community, right? So I think that's part of the role right there. And mental health plays a huge piece of that, right? Especially contemporary policing with the stressors on these officers today. You notice that many more officers commit suicide than they do get injured or killed in the line of duty. And so that is completely unacceptable to me. And so we have to find data-driven, proven ways, and this is a well-resourced department. Like, I definitely have some ideas of some things that we can do to make a really positive impact quickly in that area. So that would be my number one. And I would say number two is policing in 2023 coming into 2024. Things can happen in another part of the world or another part of the country that impact you right here. And so managing that perception is so vital, and you can't manage that perception unless you have massive community trust. And so community trust is key, because if you don't have it, then you can't manage perception when national events happen, right? Like we'll go back to 2020 with George Floyd. We went relatively untouched in Lake Dallas because our community was connected to us and they knew what we stood for. So I didn't have rioting in my city. Our citizens were happy with our police service. They were bringing us cookies. They, to a degree, almost felt bad for us. And so during that time, we received extra community support. But because we had put that work in up front, I would say that's probably the second biggest issue, because this is a relationship between the police and the community. So if that's not managed correctly, you could have problems.
And could you elaborate on the ideas you have for the Abilene Police Department?
Yeah, so obviously, give me a degree of grace, because I only know what I know. Right? I'm going to preface it with, I've done the research that I can do. But one of the things that I would like to do is to examine the health and wellness program and just tear it all the way down to the studs and rebuild it. So I learned some things this morning when I came out of the officers meet and greet. And some of the things that I learned are that we have a civilian staff here that would like to have more of an involvement in the wellness program. And I think a lot of times we forget about their stressors. Right? Their stressors are equal to everybody else's. And so, I want to make sure we have parity in the wellness program so it's open to everybody, like equally across the board. And if it is great, and if it's not, that's something that we can change quickly. The second thing I would like to do is I would like to look at our budget, look at our available positions, see where the money is, and look at what kind of professional mental health resources that the department has. I know that we have a strong chaplain corps here, which is fantastic. They're absolutely the tip of the spear. But I want to look at public safety psychology and say, do we have either a full-time adjunct contract, like what access do we have to internal in-house police psychologist that is embedded in the team, in the department with the team, or maybe not necessarily in the building because that could cause some issues, but locally, embedded locally in the community that has access to the officers, that understands the challenges. I learned this when I was at Dallas PD. The 1 year I spent in human resources, I hired the police psychologist for the Dallas Police Department. And going through that process, I learned so much, and I saw the valuable and beneficial work that they do. I saw people that were broken go to them and just learn coping tools that made their family lives better, made everything better. And they're just magic. And so I believe in it, and that's definitely an addition that I want to make to the staff so that we have our own, that we know and trust, and that we've trained, and that understands this town, these people, our officers. So that's would be the second addition. And then I want to look at the physical fitness program. I'm not sure logistically how it would work out, but I really do believe that people are more inclined to be physically fit if they have social bonds while they're doing it. For most people, social bonds is their family. I think it would be great if we could open up we have impressive facilities here. The community has invested heavily in this police department, and it shows. It's amazing. So I'm looking at what could we do to add, a partner or a spousal benefit to the health and wellness for the workouts. Like I think people are going to do more if they can bring somebody with them that they care about to motivate them. So those are the three things off bat I think we could look at to make just really quick, immediate wins.
And you took away you stepped away for a couple of years, you said, from the force, so now you're getting back into it. What type of leader do you hope to be?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I'm pretty confident in my leadership style. So obviously I've been in leadership for so long. I'm no longer an emerging leader, right? I'm now an established leader, but that doesn't mean that there's not room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. And I'll tell you what I've been thinking about lately. Okay, so a lot of people really like that term servant leader, and I love that term. I consider myself a servant leader, but so does everybody else. And when you look at all the candidates, everybody considers themselves a servant leader. But what does that really mean? Have we broken that down and studied it? To me, servant leadership, and I touched on this before, it means you keep your team whole, right? So they can touch as many people in the community in a positive manner as possible. To me, that's what it means. It means that you go out of your way to meet the needs of your team, so they in turn can meet the needs of the community. Because I alone cannot meet all the needs of the community. I'm one person. So that's the first portion of servant leadership. But if you study servant leadership and you really dig into it, servant leadership is a very good leadership style for protecting the status quo. And that's not necessarily at this level what we're supposed to do, right? Like, Abilene has 4 external police chief candidates, correct? It means we're not going to protect the status quo. There's been a decision made at the city administration level where we are not going to protect the status quo. And so at that point, the servant leadership style, it's not your best, right? Now you need to put on the hat of a change agent, and change needs to, and so when we're talking about how that change is implemented, now we're looking at, we're going to make change and we're going to make it quickly. So that's a completely different strategy. Now you have a communication strategy you have to put in place, right? Who sits at the table? How is it communicated, right? What steps are you going to take in the implementation? And how are you going to communicate every one of those steps along the way so people feel heard and so they feel valued along the way, so they see the benefit of the change? And so that's a completely different dynamic when we're talking about what the immediate needs are right now. So I'm a blend of both of those, but that's what's been on my mind lately, is just kind of challenging some of the assumptions of servant leadership. It's got many, many great traits, but it's also got a couple of drawbacks. The second way that I lead is, I like to call it, I'm a walk-around leader. My desk chair is never going to be fully broken in, because that's not what I do. I love meeting people where they're at, where they're comfortable. Like, nobody wants to get called to the chief's office and sit in a little chair. I don't like that. I'm guessing most people don't like that. But I will pull up a chair right next to you at your desk, and I will ask you your name, and I will ask you about your family, and I will ask you what you do, and I will ask you to maybe even teach it to me. And then during that process, I want to find out what your pain points are. Like, what do you like about it? What do you not like about it? And at this point, I'm generating data, right? If enough people are telling me the same things, then we probably have an issue. And that's how I address issues. So Abilene has well over 200 officers. In that first 30 days, external communications are great, but here's what you have to understand about being the chief. You are eventually going to consume the majority of the chief's time externally, because that's the role. But during those first 30 days, that can't be the case. You have to turn that looking glass inward, and you have to address the people internally. And so on those first 30 days, I need to learn the name of every officer on the department, right? Through personal engagement, meaning I have to spend time with them. I need to learn what they like to do, who their family's with, what their goals are, what their aspirations are, and what they think of the department, what they think of the way we're leading it. Like, these are super important. And so you have to take that into account in your first 30, 60, 90 days. That has to be part of your plan. And then from there, you have to maintain it. So you can't, as the chief, ignore all of these different functions that you do by not showing up and engaging with people on a personal level. So this is the second part of my leadership philosophy. And then I'll just kind of bullet point the rest of it, because I'm giving a really long answer here. I've had the opportunity as a paid consultant to travel all over the country. And I'll tell you, the one thing that I hear consistently from coast to coast has been mid-level management is a pain point in police agencies, right? And they're such a crucial role. In my opinion, that's your most important position, because they're the ones that hold everything together. I don't show up to work, nobody cares. Your sergeants don't show up to work, you have problems. And so when you're talking about your mid-level managers, I feel like for such a crucial position, nationwide, they're just so under-resourced and underdeveloped. And that's an area that I think we can make immediate and sustained improvement in, for sure here. You have great mid-level managers here, by the way. They're fantastic. Like, you have everything you need to be successful, just really pouring into them so they can be the best they can be, because that, again, translates into that servant leadership. Now they're going to take care of their people, right? When we pour our values into them and we train them correctly, then they can turn around and multiply that with their team. So that's another part. I don't want to work forever, so you have to have a succession plan. Is another portion of my leadership strategy. You have to look at the 30,000-foot view and say, well, this uniform is borrowed. I'm not going to have it forever, right? That badge, this uniform, it doesn't belong to me. Okay, you are borrowing it. And while you're borrowing it, you got to make plans for somebody else to wear it. So you have to have a succession plan. I'm a big fan of procedural justice. Are we all familiar with that term, procedural justice? It really, let me break it down. It means don't be a jerk, right? A lot of times, it's not the outcome. We get so caught up in policing about outcomes, but a lot of times the outcome doesn't even matter. It's like the process, how we were treated during the process. Okay, were people fair to you? Were you listened to? Were you treated with dignity and respect as a human being? Even if the outcome's bad, you got a ticket. Maybe you went to jail. But a lot of those times, a lot of these officers, they'll take somebody to jail, and that arrestee will thank them, right? And they're not thanking them for taking them to jail. They're thanking them for treating them correctly. That's what it is. That's procedural justice. It's the process. It's we're not going to worry as much about the initial contact, and we're not going to worry as much about the outcome. We're not going to be outcome-based police officers, right? But we're going to manage that process to make sure that we're doing it in a fair and respectful manner. And I think it's a great standard to hold ourselves to. But we also neglect in police leadership to turn that same mirror internally. Like, we expect our officers to use these values out in the community, but a lot of times we forget that we have to use those same values when we're communicating with our own team. And I think that's where a lot of police leadership makes mistakes. These officers need to believe that they've been heard. They need to feel like they've had a voice. They need to feel that the decisions that were made were fair and equitable. And at the end of the day, are they going to like every decision I make? I promise you they won't. I was a police chief for a long time. They're not going to like every decision you make. But it goes back to that trust bank, right? If they've had a voice and they feel heard and we can find common ground, then we need to go from there. So that's also part of my leadership philosophy. And then to wrap it up, because this is a really long answer, we need to have great pay, world-class technology and excellent training, and that's your role as the chief, is to make sure that they have those things. Those are the things that keep Abilene's reputation great. Those are the things that lower your risk in the community from a risk management standpoint. Those are the things that increase your retention and benefit your recruiting.
What has been your toughest lesson to learn in leading so far?
Oh, so many. You know, you can't have everything your way. This isn't Burger King. And really, that's been the toughest lesson, because you think about it. You have, as the police department, you are one piece of the city government, and you're a huge piece. You're like the biggest piece. And so the toughest lesson for me to learn has been, you know, you have, I don't know, and I don't know Abilene specific. I know you would know, but I don't know. X number of every dollar in tax revenue goes into public safety. And it's usually somewhere between 50 and 60 cents on the dollar, right? Okay, so you think about that. And then you have 40 cents on the dollar now that go to parks, streets, drainage, all these other things, right? You know, city admin, human resources, and just all these other areas, right? And that's a difficult task when it comes budget time, because public safety is such a juggernaut when we're talking about consuming resources, that the toughest thing for me has been to really sit and listen to the needs of the other departments, and then try to make concessions where we can to make sure that their needs are also being met, because that doesn't always go over well, right? When we're like, okay, I know we really need this piece of equipment, okay, but we also have to be good partners to Public Works, because they need a piece of equipment too that's very expensive. And so managing that has been very tricky, and that comes around once a year. Mm-hmm.
And what's one thing that the people of Abilene should know about you?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, that I am one, that I really want to be here. You know, I've been a Metroplex police chief. I've satisfied that curiosity. I'm looking for a slower pace of life. I loved my drive today. I'm not going to lie, it was great. And so I really look forward to being in a community that is, you know, a little bit slower paced. I like the conservative values that come with being a West Texas resident. I feel that I'm an excellent fit with what I value for this community. And what I bring to the table is I'm very transparent, and I'm also very ethical. And so those are two of my strengths. I'm also very high trust, and sometimes even to a fault. And so when you look at me, if I'm selected for your town's police chief, the things you can expect from me are quite a bit of transparency. And with transparency comes that my decisions that I will make will be based on not just the law, not just contemporary policing practices, but just based on strong ethical principles. We need to stay above board on the things that we do. So basically, I'm somebody that can be trusted. Mm-hmm.
You kind of already talked about how you approach mental health among like your officers, but can you tell me about how you do it for yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So one of the things that I've learned over my 48 years on this earth is I'm fairly self-aware. And so I look at my overall health and I assess it. And there's been times when it's not been great, and I've had to take right measures to correct it. So number one is exercise. I think that staying physically fit is the number one thing that you can do to stave off stress. I make sure that my finances are kept in order because I don't want to have those pressures. But on top of that, I have no problem with seeking counseling if I'm feeling stressed, or seeking coaching if I'm feeling stressed. I think that everybody has coaches, right? And all counselors are, if you just want to break it down, as their coaches. They give you the tools, and it's up to you if you utilize them or not. And so I'm perfectly okay with addressing my own mental health issues. Like, I don't have any stigma with it. Like, I'm in a great place right now, and I'm in a great place right now because I have great coaches, and I have great support. And I want other people to be able to feel the way that I feel because I find it so effective. Yeah. And I'm not afraid to talk about it. I think we need to normalize it.
And how do you believe that community health, mental health calls should be addressed?
Oh, yeah. That's the $10 million question, isn't it? So Denton PD put together a mental health. So Dallas PD has one called Right Care. Have we all heard of Right Care? So it's paramedics, social workers, police put together. And Dallas has been doing that for a long time. And so I've studied Dallas's. Dallas's is very good. San Antonio has a great one. They had an HBO special on it. It's called Crisis Cops, right? And I got to go to the screening on that. So I was part of the United Way behavioral health leadership team in Denton County. And specifically, I was the chair of the jail diversion program. And so what it is like my role was to help find unique ways that we could take people who are experiencing mental health crisis and keep them out of jail. Because in the county that I worked in, Denton County, the Denton County Jail was your #1 mental health provider for the whole county. And that's a terrible number. Like, I don't agree with that. I guess most of you probably don't. And so as part of the behavioral health leadership team, I learned quite a bit. And then I was also invited every year to the statewide judicial summit on mental health, which is, I was one of the few people that wasn't a judge invited to this conference. And so really appreciated that. So community mental health is a passion of mine. I really believe in it. Denton PD put together a program that was similar to Right Care. I think they used some of the notes from Abilene on it as far as putting it together. Denton was not the first. I think Abilene's crisis response team was one of the models that they looked at. So I've studied the policy for Abilene's team. It's good. It's set up great. Maybe it needs to expand. I'm not sure. I don't have the data. It needs to be a data-driven decision. I think when appropriate, right, folks in mental health crisis don't need to go to jail. I don't think that's the appropriate way to deal with it. And again, it's like when appropriate, right? You have to address violent crime and you still have to advocate for victims, right? So you have to be a critical thinker when we're talking about community mental health at this point. But there has to be an avenue within the police department. And I like your CRT program, by the way. I think it's pretty good. That's one of the things that I would say Abilene's doing really well right now that's forward thinking. Anyways, yeah, I think it's needed. But I want to challenge you on something that's perplexing to these officers. Like, a lot of people look at the community portion of it, but I want you to understand the police portion of it. When you have somebody who's having some kind of an episode, maybe a psychotic episode, right? And all the other social safety nets fall through. MHMR falls through, no beds. Community funding for whatever, maybe privately funded program, not available. And it gets, families can no longer control the situation. And it gets all the way down where it's fallen through like a grain of sand through all these social safety nets. The last one holding the bag is the cops every single time, right? And they're the ones who are obviously, bringing a different set of training, right? They're armed. There's other things that go into this interaction. And they're not always the best people to deal with it. But oftentimes they are the ones that are dealing with it. And so giving the officers the tools that they need to recognize that this is maybe something not criminal and something that we can handle a different way, that training needs to be continuous.
And what has been the most rewarding part of your career thus far?
Oh, it's been so good. The most rewarding part of my career is looking at people that I have helped grow and where they're at now. That's been the most rewarding. Yeah, I'm not that concerned about my personal or professional accolades. That's not a big deal to me because that's not a legacy. My legacy is who did I touch and how are they doing? And to me, that's the best part. People that I've mentored that are successful, people that I've mentored that are now training other people to be successful. To me, that's been the best part of my whole career. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Would there be anything else that you'd like to say?
We said a lot. So I can be a little talkative. Can I ask questions?
Sure.
What's your expectation as far as relationship goes from the next chief?
Open line of communication.
Like, what does that look like to you, though?
Just being available. I mean, not hiding behind
It's okay. Come on, let it out.
Not hiding behind the PIO.
That's a strong word, but I like it. Let's go.
And not throttling the PIO.
Okay, yeah, I get that. Yeah,
I think that's.
And I think the choice of words hiding, I think that's correct. Like I'm not offended by that. Like I told you, we're going to be transparent and we're going to have like real dialogue, right? I think that's a perfect choice of words to use for how you felt about it. So you don't have to qualify it.
Yeah, and I've been with this job for 30 years. I've done a lot with the police department,
Mm-hmm.
and Abilene top notch. I mean, your police department here is.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I've been through the citizen police guy, and way up here standard wise compared to everybody else.
For sure.
I think keeping it at that level is important as well.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Just as a personal, not a media person, just personal Abilene.
Sure, this is your home.
Yeah.
Hmm? Okay. And not throttling the PIO.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
I would say I'm newer to, well, renewed to town. I've been in Abilene before, but never as a journalist.
Okay.
So I would say just having a positive response,
Mm-hmm.
that we're both on the same team.
Right.
You know, if I'm coming to the PIO, it's because I don't know something
Mm.
and I want to work together
Mm-hmm.
to get a response out to people in a way that's correct,
Mm-hmm.
that we're both satisfied with.
So the assumption of good intent,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing from you. Okay.
Mhm.
That's fair. What else? Okay. So where do you think you're at right now with your relationship with the department, and how do you think you could take an already, sounds like a really already good relationship, and like how do you make it even better? What are you missing? What's the secret sauce to making it even more better?
I think there's room to grow, at least from the newspaper side.
Hmm?
Like with the courthouse, they are very open, and I have everyone's numbers, and I can call them, and they know, you know, I'm not going to hammer them. It's going to be a quick, hey, I need to know more about this.
Mm.
Can you help me get to that answer? And I think being more available would help that.
Okay. And your expectation is that the chief will be available, or you'll have availability for the PIO?
I'd say probably the PIO, because I'm assuming the chief would be a lot busier.
Yeah,
But just someone who's willing to talk and willing to answer those questions.
somebody in the know that is willing to give you something you can work with to do your job correctly.
Mm-hmm. In a timely manner, too.
Okay. Okay.
If we're talking dream sheet.
No, I understand. I'm just curious. I just wanted to see what your standard was. Anything else? All right. Yeah, no, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't give you something up front. It's just, I hadn't worked everything out with Meta. So,
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, because I'm not in public right now, so I have to be very careful about managing that.
Yeah, so anything you want to share, I just like seeing the human side.
Yeah, I'll send it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. I know, I'm we know where it's going. Yeah.
You got somewhere to go, you head out. Huh?
This is my story for the day. The next one isn't until 12, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we can come back. We're gonna stay here. She's next one.
I'm sorry.
We'll leave Jess and go lunch. Or go lunch order, feel free to.
I have my
What's that?
lunch in my car. Just wait. My dog's gonna be just fine. It's probably sleeping.
We had to take ours, Chris took ours into the vet this morning, she had to have her toenails cut out.
Oh, she had a hero.
Hmm.
She had a hero.
Well, she hyperextended it or something and broke it inside, so it's like all swollen up and.
I'll see you guys in bed.
See you a little bit. Yeah, so, Chris was beside herself. This is our last one. When I first started dating her, she had 3 dogs and a cat. One dog and a cat.
Hey. No, I know mine's asleep because he's half blind, right? He has I think it's called in English a cataract. No.
Cataract, yeah.
Yeah, right? And then one of them is full.
Cloudy things,
Yeah.
drugs, yeah.
So he's like half blind. So he just does most of the time it's just he just sleeps because if you try and play with him, he'll see the toy. Like you have to put the toy right in front of his face and put it within his vision. Or else if you like, let's say you put it right here and you throw it to his right, there's 50-50 chance he's not gonna see it. If you throw it some other direction, 50-50 chance he's not gonna see it. And he's 15, like he's old. He's not doing much. Just eating and sleeping. And it's been so cold lately that he already told us like he's immediately goes back to the door. So he's gonna think twice about it.
Yeah.
He just looks up to make sure I'm right behind him so I don't pull off the leash, but that's it. Maybe go get us lunch too.
There's some limes over here if you want some.
Lines?
Or lemons, I mean. Squeeze some of that in your water would be good.
That'll be my snack.
Yeah.
Oh,
12, okay.
Texas.
Yeah, we had a media deal going on.
Oh, wow. 20 minutes, it may be over here by that time. Stations, that's what it's here for.
I thought it was like hugging on the bed.
No, no, use it.
I didn't even notice.
That's what it's here for.
Right.
I got an AKB section down, so I'm hoping not to call it out so I can. What's that?
Who's your favorite?
My favorite. What's this last guy? Yeah, when I first came in and started, I'm like, oh, geez, this guy was. But by the end, I'm like, different, but he might, I think I'm over that. He's just a job. He's just looking for the next step.
Yeah, there's
was like, oh, hey, no, no, dumb as hell.
I don't just like turn around. Like nothing wrong with me against them. It's just like it's like connections.
You've been recognized that from the kid?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times, but not like how I'm showing it outside. It's just like whenever I went to go do the
Yeah.
the lady there, they were like, oh yeah, and they're like, we've seen you, we didn't know it was you, and I was like, yeah, I mean,
Of course, I was
I
talked to them about
talked to them about the Brown case, which he got indicted for, I think last week.
Yes.
Yeah, but one of the ladies, she was like, yeah, I used to work with him. He's really normal.
Yeah.
I was like, oh really? She was. And he was snatched and it was like a while and I had to look for him. She was like, it was crazy when he was coming to work and talking to him. I was like, yeah, like, I was like, let's just start. If I knew that he was me,
So I've been walking around and I've been hearing this noise. And it's in my shoe. I guess when they manufactured it, it's like in there. Yeah.
this happened unintentionally, but like this piece,
I wanted to do that because I was like, I thought it was like my purse or something. And so I was like, yeah, well, I just bought them. But it's probably like at Ross or something. I know, like, I'm not sure.
sun was shining right on this.
Yeah.
I didn't want to sit there and be doing this the whole time.
Personally, I love the natural light, but it's kind of hard when they're like squishy like that.
very good.
Yes, I know. I was going with Soraka the whole time before we. See, right, I know. So we're good. We're good.
You're probably closer to correct. It's just when my family moved to Oklahoma, it went to that. So, you know, it went Okie-ized. I'm at the end of a cold, and my voice has been going in and out, so I will have water if that's okay.
Yeah, if mics all sound good for you guys, then if you just want to start out, just share a little about yourself, and then we'll let.
A little bit about myself. Ron C. Raid. I'm from Lawton, Oklahoma. I've lived there for 23 years now. I'm originally from Comanche, Oklahoma, which is a small town southeast of Lawton. It's where I graduated high school and started my law enforcement career as well there. I have a wife who's a pharmacist at Fort Sill in Lawton. I have two boys in the military. My oldest is in the Air Force as a captain. He flies helicopters for combat search and rescue. And my youngest is a first lieutenant in the Army. He is currently stationed in Vicenza, Italy for the 173rd Airborne. That's my personal part there. Would you like a little career too? Okay. I started in 1993 in Comanche, Oklahoma. 4-officer department, 2,000 people. I stayed there for 7 years, where I left as the assistant chief in 2000 before I went to Lawton. In Lawton, when I started in 2000, I was immediately put into a training position because of my experience at Comanche. So I started in driving instruction with the police department. And then I still have my patrol duties as well there, of course. But from there, I was a narcotics detective in 2005 for 2 years before I was promoted to lieutenant in 2007. As a lieutenant, I went back to patrol and stayed in several duties there, like bicycle patrol, honor guard. That's where I also got my defensive tactics instructor certificate. Through that period of time, I transitioned from patrol in 2013 to training, where I took over the training of the department and the academy that we have, police academy that we have twice a year. That was in 2013. I did that for 2 years, and I was promoted to captain in 2015. I went back to patrol as a watch commander. I assumed that duty in several different patrol shifts until 2000, when I was promoted to assistant chief, where I took over the duties of the uniform division command. Took care of anything in a uniform for 1.5 years, and then I switched over to the non-uniform side that includes CID, narcotics, and all of the civilian employees in the department. And that brings us up to now.
What got you interested in coming out?
Well, our pension system that I work in is a drop back system. So if I get to 25, I can drop back and take retirement. So I was kind of looking towards that, but I'm not ready to get out of policing yet. So this opportunity came up, and it just seems to me like be an answered prayer. I mean, it's a perfect fit. The communities mirror each other so closely with size, military base, college, size of the department. It was really more than coincidence, I think. So my chief not leaving for several more years, I feel like I'm ready for the next step. So this was my first choice.
Have you had time to explore the city yet? Or?
Yes, took several hours yesterday and went around the big circle first and kind of worked inside it, you know. It's very, very nice. My wife had to have Mexican food first, so we went to Abuelo's. That was very nice. But yes, we drove all over town for quite some time. It's very nice.
What's your philosophy on policing?
Philosophy on policing has to be proactive. We've gotten so far away from proactive policing with all the things going on in the country that we've come to a spot where we're doing safe policing and not fighting crime anymore. We have to get back to proactive policing. You have to have leaders officers in position that support your men and women to do that. So that's what I try to push as much as I can. Support.
I've been asking all of this. Your thoughts on releasing body camera footage and dash cam video and maybe any other video that's available to y'all, us and the public?
My current situation, we do not release it quickly enough. We set on it too long, especially with critical incidents, I think. Now that is a legal parameter that's set that I can't control, but I do voice my opinion every time that it needs to be out there quicker than it is currently. I don't know what you get here, but you can't be quick enough anymore. So.
I was just going to check, what are some examples of how you would go back to proactive policing?
If the officers have the support, they would do that on their own. That's just more crime-driven traffic stops, hotspot policing for areas of the city that need more proactive policing, intelligent-led policing, which I'm doing currently in Lawton, things like that to make things happen on the proactive side rather than reactive.
And what got you into policing in the first place?
I just always wanted to do it. My cousin was a highway patrolman, and that was my first interest. But immediately it was the uniform and car and all that, just all of it. I've always loved it.
What leadership skills can you bring to the position?
Excuse me. I am a interactive type of chief, leader, supervisor. I don't sit behind a desk and make decisions or tell others how to do things. I go out there and interact with the officers, make traffic stops, answer calls. I go to crime scenes with my detectives just to offer help and support mostly. So that type of leadership, whatever you want to call it, is what I feel is the best approach.
Have you had an opportunity to research Abilene Police Department, and if so, what are some changes that you'd like to bring, or any at all?
Yeah, of course, the first thing you see on there is the latest troubles with the chief, the recent chief, which that would immediately have to be addressed with the command and all the officers, like I said, and face-to-face conversations with active listening on my part if I were to get this position, of course, but and the community too. I mean, let's not forget the community that had to go through the same thing. And then they also would need face-to-face interactions with as much as possible to air their grievances and give suggestions on where we need to go for the future. So yes, in that I have researched that. That came up first, and then the crime rate here is just above the national average in both violent and property. I think, like I said, with proactive policing, that would counter some of that a little bit, I believe. So.
What are your thoughts on us, the media, and the importance of keeping an open line of communication?
Very important. I have good relationships with several media members in Lawton, Oklahoma City too. So my phone was blowing up before I got in here because of a shooting we just had. So I give them my personal cell phone number if they can't get the, I don't know what you call it, your public information officer. We have a police officer that's currently doing that, which I was visiting with the communications person here. I think that needs to be a media person, either retired or that kind of experience. So those relationships can be made. It's a little easier than you trying to pull information from a cop when that police officer doesn't really want to talk to you anyway. So, yeah.
And what's one thing that the people of Abilene should know about you?
One thing. I am, if I were to get chosen for this, I'm dedicated to improve the community and the police department, and I plan on staying here after however long that is. I mean, 10 years is my thought for now, but once I move here, I'm not leaving. I'll be a member of
this community even after the police department. So.
What is the toughest lesson you've learned throughout your career?
The toughest lesson, this month is the 3-year anniversary of an officer-involved shooting where 2 of our officers were fired and subsequently charged with crimes. That the lessons I learned dealing with that is ones I will never forget and don't want to go through again. To be honest with you, the heartbreak of those guys that I genuinely love getting put through that situation by mistakes they made, but still having to go through that with them and then trying to foster the relationship between our community on what happened and get them to understand that we did deal with the situation and they were held accountable for their actions. You know, we had good relationships with our community members, so we were able to quell some of the protest other than, you know, happens across the nation. So that's a lesson learned. Community relationships with that was top notch in that particular situation. It's something I never want to do again, but you know, it could happen.
You and all the other candidates are external candidates, so building that trust between the community is probably going to be really important. How do you plan on gaining the community's trust?
I would have to go to these community leaders, the associations, make contacts face to face with every one of those, start gaining those, building those relationships with them one at a time. Have to be face to face though. And a little more than that, I would expect my command staff to do that with me. To not just me. I keep saying me, but it would have to be the top tier at least, if not several other the police officers that are engaged in community things do that as well.
What are some changes that you'd like to make?
I can't really, you can't go into this and kick over tables. You just gotta kind of, it will take a little bit to figure out what needs to be changed. I can't really give you an honest answer with that immediately. Just the trust of the officers is first, and the people that work in the building, civilians.
Would there be anything else you would like to say?
No, this is a great opportunity. I appreciate this very much. I've never been in this kind of setting with the media. It's very nice. Thank you. It's not what I'm used to be honest with you, but I can't think of anything else. Anything else anyone else has of me? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet all of you.
You too.